Yeah.
Hi, Jordan.
All right.
Oh, that's good. It's definitely sweet.
Oh yeah, okay. Yours is perfect actually.
Hey, Jordan. You, I got some cheese. I can get it out. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, this poor bugger's little dress is stuck. You also know I had no gender boundaries there. I said his skirt is up. Okay. Yeah. Fix that sheet?
Well, one of like 5.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, I see. You would walk. Good not. Ready? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, he just went to link for it.
So that helps using you talking about it. So. Yeah, it's like it's already there. That's the best way. Squat to the quiet. Yeah. Twice.
Nice.
Aggressive live. Live. My best friend, the boss. It's just like made it his goal, his obsession in life, to get me to work on his piano. We made it, and then he was just like, "Okay, let's scale it up." And we scaled it up. It's just like,
impressive. I don't think I've ever seen anyone build like a proper, complicated piece of furniture out of
Yeah.
acrylic.
Right?
Like that bend there, it's gorgeously done. It's one
They
piece.
put that in an oven.
Yeah, I imagine so. I mean,
They let it
originally
melt.
Find an oven big enough to do that. It's proper industrial level.
That's just, cool. Yes. How you doing?
Good, how are you? I'm like, remember for like Facebook photos.
Welcome to the last event report. Okay. Private space. Private space. Name is so yeah. Hey, Pez. Welcome. So what do you need for you to be able? So I know that you submitted a smart account for you. And so yeah.
Yeah, that is.
I really like parts of the news and parts of yeah.
How can we enable that? If you have an HDMI cable.
I think it's dangling down there. Is Mark around? Because Mark would be the one to.
All right, that's the thing.
Where's Mark?
Mark. So.
How are they going to do that if the HDMI is up there?
Oh,
Tidy up your table or just order? Okay, cool.
I was like, yeah.
Sorry, who says early? Not like.
Wait, what?
Sorry, early these were really good. Oh, watch it with those lights.
Is this the wheel on the, symbiosis, right?
Yeah, and some of the other things. Get it ready. Here now, another.
Hey, Brian.
Just turn it off and then, for right now, put it on that ledge that's like this over here. Yeah, put it on that ledge just so it pulls off, and then I'll put it right.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Great.
Okay.
Oh. We're looking great. How did it work out? Pretty good. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it turned out like really well for what it was.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit, there's one thing that was frustrating.
There's always one thing that you're
Is that I had so much fun with all the other things that
Our volunteer
set up where people are like, oh, that's really good. Yes.
It's like that's
Yes.
that's just like the stress. Like, you know,
Yes.
That's
Yeah. Yeah, a bunch of the demo programs. I did all of the noise programs and marketing. I was sorry. I was like, get over here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, another game that would be a little bit more complicated to do is really set up one half, write it out, set up the next half, write it out. Yeah. It's always that one. Yeah. It's also always wrong still. Yeah, we actually just yeah.
my body was
Yeah. Basically, it was. What was it? It's something where it's roll in the wrong direction. So like places where you're. I think it was the saturation setting. Yeah, keeping it. Well, it makes it easy for the pilot and the MC. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I started using the stuff. I was like, yeah, I never had a check. It seems like it'd be really nice if you're, especially if you've got a computer that you can run off of.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Normally it's like always too bright in here, like at parties. Yeah, it's too bright in here.
Oh,
Turn it
because fire
down.
lights. Well, maybe people want.
Oh, there it is again. Making sure we're good.
Say how many people are watching it now.
No, I know you want it. I'm just saying, I started in there, and then this. Oh, it's no. Actually, it is low enough. MIDI output. So they're taking the MIDI from the keyboard and putting it into the TC or the so that's the LEDs for that SAT. Yeah, I had to.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. The flashes they're seeing are some asshole with a camera. I knew those were going to go.
I think I signed up for that. Yeah.
Whatever, bro.
No, it's not fantastic.
So I'm also like offering like.
Oh yeah. Let's figure out. Apparently, there's an HDMI cable that's supposed to be now.
Yellow? Did you find a yellow one? Did you find a yellow? Pink? Oh, there.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe. So there is going to be LED on both sides. And figure it out. You actually get
Yeah, I'll be back. All right, I'll be here. Cool.
I'm not sure where it starts over here, please.
Lights look to me, so cool neon lighting. I think maybe the ones that make these I would use. Remember that place we went by though?
Oh, yeah.
Use that again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Great idea. Exactly. Probably help you.
Yeah.
Follow the patterns would be like this little rock band that I am. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's cool still.
Amazing.
I love the space. Hey.
Yeah, I like it. Ooh, they just.
That's so awesome.
You know what? This is a size. Not terrible.
And this is actually really exercise in like DIY stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like that center. I mean, it could have been easier on. Yeah, right?
Okay. Presentation.
What's that? PowerPoint or Keynote or PDF? PowerPoint. Okay.
I also. What about the? Yes, I've also got it in the what's it called, open office format as well.
Like 3 hours.
I've actually had another practice.
Oh, that lights up.
Black light.
No, I didn't see those. That's the best cruise Take a video. Come on, man. That's why I got it. It's just like something down at the fucking space. Just much more sexy and fun. And like, why is it on my side of the town?
make some pretty cool videos.
Hello, everybody. This is your 15-minute notification where we are going to be doing presentations about 15 to 20 minutes. And if you're a speaker,
No one can hear because of the music. Can hear. Available? I don't know. Cheap?
I think I saw something come online.
That's my. I don't think we need to get our. We could try. You're the one with the projector, right?
No.
You're on the projector?
No. So the thing is that I told Molly yes, but there's just so much we have to do.
No, I'm not worried about it.
So what I'm thinking about doing right now is we're going to hopefully she can jump into the live chat. Text her and tell her that.
15, 20 minutes. So, I would say when you're ready to do it, try the music and announce, hey guys, we're going to do this thing. Give them like a moment. Nobody can hear your announcement.
Okay. Presentations in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, everybody. So continue talking, continue having a great time, and if you're presenting, come to the flower in the next 10 minutes so you can just sit there.
The velocity of hitting it, and then all this piano. Watching the lights go by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't provide much flavor, I feel like it
So if you strike the key harder, there's more of it, okay? Yeah.
Wow, there's so many LEDs back there. I like the outline. So there's like an outlier. Yeah. Serious.
Should we go investigate?
I love my shoes.
Presenters, please approach the tower. Presenters, please approach the tower. Jason, with the director, outside, please. Can you please remove some of it? Attention, everyone. Attention. Hello. 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 Everybody. 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 Hello and welcome to LEDs Are Awesome Meetup number 2. This is the second meetup that we've had. I originally got involved with LEDs Are Awesome because I believe that LEDs are awesome. And I believe that's the core phrase that binds all of us together tonight. And so we've got about 4 or 5 presentations tonight that we want to talk to you about. Nobody wanted to go first, so I'm going to volunteer. My name is Zach. I'm the CEO and founder of Zacky's. Today I just finished my LED mask, which I call Disco Face. We do that? Okay. The way that it works is that we have a Bluetooth connected glove, and we can switch to the different visualizers that I put on here. This mask was originally made with Rich DDT, who's right over there, who's wearing some really cool Zacky's gloves. Love it. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to have a video on my face so that I could do basically dance on the stage right away. And he passed to everything. And so it's going to start in a new video by EDM vocalist Ceci Larkin. We're going to start filming like on the 23rd and the 27th and the 28th and 29th in LA. And so I'm super stoked about it. Yeah. So yeah, this is my face coming off because I'm so stoked about it. I actually have a really great vision because actually the second attempt that we did trying to do this mask. The first one was because of my Kickstarter stuff. So we made this mask, and when we had to load them to the LED matrix on like, we put it down. Was what really killed the project. And so it's like, let's redo it, but with something that's harder. And so what I did is I found this airsoft mask from China, and I ordered it like 2 months to get here because they actually make it on each order, and then they send it out, and then it takes a while to get here. So I got it like a long time ago, and it's just been in storage. And then I had some downtime because when you're manufacturing, it's like this hurry up and wait. Hurry up as quick as you can to get to the checkpoint, and then you're waiting. So I had some extra time, and so CT and Dustin version 2.0, the mask, which it was actually running off a pixel pusher, and it didn't have any interactivity. And I said, yeah, how do I make it interactive? And they said, well, you got to build it yourself. So I went and redesigned the whole hardware stack out of a teensy, an SD card, and a Bluetooth module. And so that's what I've got in the back here. It's just a custom piece. and it's covered in hot glue. It's not very pretty to look at. But it's hardened and it's able to work for hours and hours and hours. And I'm really super stoked. Was originally found in China. It turns out that my textile factory that makes these also makes these. And so I went, that's a really cool product. I'm going to make something epic out of that, and I snagged one. Trying to figure out how a keyboard is implemented, which is actually really easy. Fingers like this, and so when they touch these little conductive pads here, I've noticed I've done a lot of investigations on conductive fabrics. This is, I believe, it's a nylon impregnated. It's a nylon impregnated nylon. Doesn't work very well. This guy was a genius, whoever designed this glove, because he put the stainless steel spring around the entire thing. So one, that stainless steel spring doesn't oxidize and doesn't break because it's wrapped around itself. Two, it cuts through the oxidation and you're able to get a good connection to the life of the product. And so this was like a really perfect product to do an experiment on, to say, hey, how can I create a different type of UI system that allows me the maximum freedom? So anyways, that's Disco Face. I'm Zach. Thank you for coming, and I'm going to introduce the next presenter, which will be Pez. Okay, there we go. So, while Pez is sitting up here, I heard about Dr. Brainlove a long time ago by my friend Rachel Palmar. She was working on this thing. She's obsessed with brain, and she decided to nerd a bunch of brain freaks, decided to make a freaky art car in Burning Man. And it's amazing, and I wanted him to bring it here, but the answer was no. It takes 6 days to build. So unfortunately, we won't be able to see it because it's amazing, but we will be able to see it through pictures and video. It's like we're having small time. Wave your hand like this, kick it. So, funny thing is that you ever hit something and it works? Did you know that in the military they call that percussion maintenance? I learned that on the History Channel the other day, submarine style. Yeah. Projector. Projector support, please. Rob, tech support. Rob or Brian? All right, so question. How many of you are part of our group meetup? LEDs are awesome. Raise your hand. Yeah, most of you. Those of you who are here obviously love LEDs, and I encourage all of you to like our page. LEDs are awesome. Oh, hey, we're ready. You ready? Okay. Cool. All right, warming up, and I'm going to hand the mic off to Pez. And by the way, you might need to get this as professional maintenance from time to time.
Hello, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Pizzaretto, or Pez. So, Dr. Brainlove, vehicle in 2013 when the previous art card died. The original art card was known as Dr. Strange. So they took that concept and said, hey, we actually want to use one art card. So we started here. That's all. She's a neuroscientist. She's a neuroscientist that does functional magnetic resonance imaging. So we took that MRI image of her brain, created a mesh from it, and the brain that we actually have on the bus or the brain. The structure of the brain. Keeps going on, sorry. The structure of Dr. Brainlove is a brain itself, based on her brain. I would say this is Dr. Brainlove in 2014. This is the result. We created a thing, and it's this wonderful art card. It's on bus. It's climbable. It's turning out for a slightly big. I got involved with this because I'm also a neuroscientist. I'm a neuroengineer, and through my portion, I added EEG interface to it. Created a program to create the activity map on that, and then put that activity map onto the put that activity map onto the LEDs on the brain. Again, last year it also took 6-7 days to put together. So I only got this working on Friday of the burn in 2004. So we weren't able to see. It's a video of the actual activity. That's the lights from last year. Activity map. Doing things as the person goes through different mental states, and it changes the LEDs on the brain itself. So that was definitely fun, but we want to upgrade. More blinkies is the clear answer. There are only about 2,000 LEDs. The co-lead of lighting for Dr. Brainlove this year with my colleague Alex Monk, who's supposed to. So we wanted to add more features. Also wanted to add more interactivity and just general more awesome. So how do we actually do that? There's a couple of steps. We needed to read the structural design. It took us 6 days to build. How can we speed that process up? That's something. Design that we put into take people. So there's a lot of work to do on Dr. Brainlove. Thank you that did it. In terms of the LEDs, we actually have an interesting problem. This structure is not rigid by any stretch of the imagination. There are 698 different bars on this structure. Each one of them has a different length. If you're trying to map LEDs to that, that's a hard problem. In addition, actually building the thing is a hard thing. Yeah. On the right, you can see a small portion of the structure. We actually built it backwards. There's a different chiral form. You actually build the structure backwards. So we have to deal with the strange geometry and the concept. To the bottom.
You got this.
So there's a lot of engineering challenges outside of the strange geometry as well. So first up was to create the software of it. We created our software, DBLX. DBL is Dr. Brainlove, and LX is the software framework that are used in the sugar cube. Are using this framework. It's a really handy framework for doing a lot of things in processing. It allows us to create this structure and run simulations of other things, really complicated patterns on top of that. And the software team called and Dan Kaminsky, who helped with reading the original Alex framework. So Dan is a really talented programmers on the software side as well. My portion of it was creating the data and power hierarchy. There was a lot of LEDs that were put on this thing. When we started with about 330 meters. That's 20,000 LEDs on this structure. So we started with the software, DVLX, running on a processing backend, Java. Next stop was creating the output from DVLX. Created some datagrams using OPC landscape library on that, and that caught the packets, and then pushed that out onto an output data created, an output gate created by RGB 123 that had 12 RJ45 blocks per gate. I'll show a picture of that coming up. From that, we had 24 receiver nodes comprising 8 different functional modules. Each of those receiver nodes was 42 channels per channel. So that ended up, each channel was about 8 meters long with 60 pixels per meter. Again, that's a lot of LEDs. So one of the interesting problems that we had, there's a lot of channels. There's about 455 individual strips that we need to connect. And as people know here, connectors are an actually difficult problem. Because there's so many and they're limited by time, we chose to do these solderless connectors, which worked until they didn't. We go across 455 channels. That definitely sped up the connection process on fly. That makes things extra janky, especially when we go behind them. So one of the other things that comes up, that's the data system, and getting data to the pixels is definitely a strong and important thing. You also need power. 20,000 pixels takes a lot of power. Running the numbers, it took about. So we started with a single generator, this is a 3 kilowatt generator. Split that out to 120 volt AC out to the 5 volt DC power supplies. We're using APA 102s for this, by the way. That's one of the things that we're using. SPI bus, and it's really handy. They also only run at 5 volts, and with this many LEDs, it takes about. So take one of those power supplies, drop that into the start of each strip, and then we boosted each of the strips as well as we went through about every 3 meters to avoid burnout. So there's a lot of complicated things going on in the system. Designs that we did to avoid the 5 volt drop, because 5 volts is very sensitive. There's some resistance. 5 volts, but if you run and drops down to 4. 5 volt at the start of each strip. Due to shipping delays, we actually didn't do that, and it actually worked out pretty well, which is handy. So on the left is the RGB123 breakout board. That's the cable. On the gigabone fits on the top of that. You can see the 12 RJ45 drops. Takes a Cat6 cable coming out of that. Each of those Cat6 cables supports 2 channels. We had 2 of those boards. We had 48 different channels going out to each of the receiver nodes and a significant number of those models. On the right, you see 3 of the channels stretched out. That's a bunch of LEDs stretched out, and each of those separate strips was connected. Each of those separate strips goes on 1 bar, and then you have the solderless connectors between each of those strips. And putting it together, this is what it looks like actually on the bars itself. There's a problem with this. We want a lot of LEDs to find this. That's a lot of exposed LEDs. So and had a separate move from Sustainable Magic. Took a lot of time and a lot of iterations to figure out some different solutions. Our final solution. Originally, we were going to start with some polycarbonate shells and have some channels for the LEDs and cables. Ended up being too expensive to chose the easy, quick, cheap thing, and we ended up laser cutting some polypropylene clips, tape the polypropylene clips onto the bars itself. Slid the LEDs through that. Took some chloroplast, wrapped that around each of the bars, and then zip tied that on. And on the right, you end up seeing that we have a nice diffuser and protection for the LEDs. And from that,
Nice. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Backwards.
and then we have Dr. Bernal. The Bernal the APA 102s definitely make animations go really smooth. We're running things at about 60 frames per second. And DBLX just caught everything and pushed it out really nice and made all the mapping really seamless. And it ended up being a really good project like this here.
Sweet.
So, what is in the future of the Kids Office? This is meant to be interactive. One of the ideas is that it was meant to be interactive. So adding on additional sensors, accelerometers, proximity, pressure, wind, there's a lot of things that we can add to make these patterns reactive to the environment around us. And again, this is the thing that brought me in the first place, was the brain-computer interface. It's a brain that you can activate with your brain. That's an easy thing. I want to do more of it. So, working on that. Structure needs design and more LEDs. On this project was the sense of community that came with this. There's a lot of people that worked on it. This was definitely not just. This was not just my project. There's a lot of people. I didn't know anything about LEDs about 9 months ago. I just learned more. To the amazing people that are around us. There's a lot of people in this room that helped me solve all of these problems. Yeah. Thank you to everybody here. We have a great week, and we're doing awesome things. So one of the other things that I didn't bring up is some difficulties in ordering a kilometer of LED. If you want more. Thank you, everybody.
Nice.
Okay, wow, you know, it's pretty amazing because all my pieces that I pixelation more than one output for a chip. Otherwise, if it all certainly connected in. There's a big difference between requires you to, drive more than 1 gigapixels. So, my hands off to you because that's a completely different, and it looks absolutely amazing. What's also amazing is this next person I'd like to introduce. This is Allison Lewis. I originally Switchcraft. What a great book that was. And I recommend that you guys all, if I ever on it, I highly recommend to read it cover to cover. And I was like, I got to meet this person. And talk about wearables. And so I'd like to introduce Allison Lewis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to meet you. Thanks for having me here. So yeah, I'm Allison Lewis, and I like to use. It's not an easy thing to do when you have a fashion degree from in New York, like what in LEDs. I'm kind of against that culture, I guess. So I came at this at very. This is really big. I make things that are really small. So this will be a big I came out this from a totally different perspective. I was in fabric, I was in fashion. I love things that make me feel good when I wear them. I like to express myself, and that is the main reason why I started working with LEDs. And I've been working with smart fabrics since 2004. So in 2012, started Switch Embassy to bring this idea of emotionally based use. And so the very first thing we made is here in my hand. I've got a lot of stuff in my hand, so it's like very simple, color changing, Italian made leather handbag. And it changes color with push the button. Push the button. Simple, okay? We all know like super LEDs with a button, right? But it was really about the construction of the product and also making sure that people who do Gucci and and something called and these people came up to me to do something called T-shirt OS. T-shirt OS was made by another company that I met them. And on my birthday, on January 4th, 2013, yes, they called me and said, we want you to do wow, okay, happy birthday to me. And T-shirt was the reason why there's not electronics, washable, wearable, programmable T-shirts in the world. You're probably done in 11 years. It required, it took us 6 months, which is pretty good considering people before it's 2 years, and they made something that broke every 30 minutes. So we were really proud to showcase and create T-shirt OS. We did have to make some changes. Let me make sure I'm connected to you. This is T-shirt OS number 14. Okay, so we have an app here, and your base of images that you can upload to. They're animated GIFs, so anybody can make an animated GIF in black and white. One of the things that we love to show, this is not regular LEDs. Everything is hand done. It's done by electronic thread and embroidery. We have specialized casings for the LEDs. They're very flat, they're very smooth, and I don't normally tell people to touch my fiance, but please, let's touch my one. It is washable. Right. So this is a very advanced technological t-shirt, and we're very happy to have done it for Valentine's. So there's just a brand t-shirt. It has 896 LEDs. It runs off of, I remember my notes, so I don't forget. Because everybody always asks. It's not actually Bluetooth LE, shockingly, just because we like the speed, we wanted something. So it's a Bluetooth 2.0, and basically it just to have a lot of quicker transfer. The range is 30 feet. Everything's customized within a customized brain. This is a huge battery pack, not by my own choice, and not because it needs it, but it has to run for weeks and weeks. And people who don't really work with LED products, we just gave them a big ass battery. That's how I call it. So that's what I call it. But the LEDs are all on. It's like it's a lot to wear on your body. They do not get warm. It does not heat up. It dissipates really nicely. Are you connected? Oh, well, So this has led us to focus on creating a core technology that we can bring out to other people and put in other products so that we can expand this and hopefully have in the product near you soon. And me, going back to my love of handbags, I can't help it. It's easy, you have to walk around with them. We decided that it would be fun to go ahead and put the product inside the handbag. I mean, there's not a lot out there. I'd like to show this as an example of how thin it is. It stretches all the way up like this, and it's waterproof. So, thank you. So our focus has been the past year so that we can bring so many products, homes, cars, clothes, anywhere there's fabric, there's opportunity. And that's how we see it. And we'll take questions. I don't know. We can. So right now it's not little patches. It's not quite there yet. Oh, that's a good question. So these are produced with our partners, Barcelona and Switzerland. That gives you an idea of the cost. And they're produced on machines that are longer and longer. We have to produce at least 100 to 200 units at a time. Otherwise, you're paying a lot of money to that machine. But certainly, we're looking to bring these products to life, and we're asking people to go to switchofthesea.com because we're doing a survey to see which one we should bring to life first.
My question is, can we see the circuit panel on that shirt? Is that
I think I made it here. It's not going to look like anything to that shirt. No, okay. Is this sewn together? Okay, guys, this was open. So you guys can come feel it. They're basically like sequins. So they're the size and shape of sequins. We can do them in oblong or in rounds. They're reverse mount LED. They're perfectly smooth on top, so they don't run into the material above it. As you guys know, most LEDs look like nipples. And we thought, that's cool, I get it. But we wanted to create something that's really, really soft. No, but there was about 2,000. Our partners adjusted their machinery so it could look. That thread is a trace of this. Sorry, guys. I'm starting to get closer, I'm very open source, and actually we are hoping, with my partner here, Beyonce, who works in gaming, and there's products that don't thoroughly designed so people can have the materials and ground and just make what they want. And that's our goal. The whole point. It's just going to take a little longer than I originally thought. It's happening. It's happening. Someone wants to make these global passions for you. We can talk about the original challenge. It seems very easy when you first look at it, and the challenging the space in between the embroidery and the threads and the amount of work and takes time. The way it transfers data, especially. It's got like simple
well, their art doesn't white take red, green, and blue. I kind of want to answer that question. It doesn't. Actually, all white LEDs, as far as I know, are actually blue LEDs. with a phosphor layer that absorbs the blue spectrum and then re-emits at a light frequency. It might be a combination of frequencies, I'm not sure. Actually, maybe it's a combination of frequencies. But there you go. So, no white LEDs are created equal. Some of them are blue and yellow. Just FYI. Anyways, I'm really excited to, well, before I announce my next guest, I want to know that I see a lot of you guys taking pictures, and that's great. And let everybody else know what's going on here because it's amazing, right? Yes. All right, so this next person that I want to introduce is truly a Renaissance man. He does everything LED. He's been working for big production companies, including America's Got Talent, Six Flags, and Katy Perry, and Kanye West. So the question is, what hasn't this next person done? Joshua Gilbert. Okay, so Joshua Gilbert. For over a decade now, it's always been a fascination of me. I'm going to run through the past decade. If you guys want more detail on what I'm doing, please come talk to me directly, or you guys can see me at joshuahuber.com. It's like really an update, but okay. What I consider a cultural light artist. Here's one of my shows, and I really just want this, and basically, I really said, wow, what is that? What are my eyes doing? Can I play with it? And so basically, I started out as a glass artist. I've been working with basically, when I started to go to art school, I knew metal, I knew wood, I knew painting and drawing. And I knew I was going to take this class anyways. But when I went to all the bong shops and pen shops and everything, and I would basically say, how the hell is that made? So I picked glass as my major and basically set me on. So here's one of my early glass pieces and everything, just playing with material. I've always been basically really fascinated with organics and basically everything. And it basically making vases and cups while I was really just playing with. It's an amazing material. It's just the optics of how it bends light and everything. So I started adding basically phosphorescent pigment to my glass and carbon in the glass and just making these lenses that when light goes through, it basically bends it, and basically we can add UV to it, it glows, and just really playing with the optics. Because glass and resin and plastics do stuff that other materials just can't do. And I really like using materials for what they can, and basically. So I continued playing with it, but realized that I was going to have to, if I wanted to learn more about the optics, I was going to have to learn electronics, so learn more about light. So I started working with electronics. Here's a laser piece I made, and just playing with electronics and basically studying like the actual photonics and wavelengths and seeing how glass manipulates light and just basically took a back step from glass and learn electronics and learn science and learn engineering, what was actually going on. And then I reincorporated into my glass. A lot of people will work in harder shape like carbon, glass, and solid state. So this is 3 individual layers of glass and sheet glass with light around the outside. So and continue to do it with incorporating infinity mirrors. So basically having a 5 layer, so I have a true mirror on the back, 3 layers of glass that are all hand basically. It's like hand cut, hand blasted, and then run around the front, just playing with the optics and using materials for what things it is. I realized that though that glass was unsustainable. Like an artist with student loans basically couldn't have a hot shop with all the materials. Glass is huge industrial, basically medium. You need big machines, you need glory holes, you need everything. And I graduated and had nothing. So I took a step back and realized that I was basically going to constantly get more into lighting. I started working for an EO wire company, and basically after thousands upon thousands of stars, basically, how do I use this? What color should I use? What driver? I actually, this was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, when EO wire was new, and I became a lead expert in EO wires without even really knowing. People were basically asking for Josh because they knew that I would be able to talk them through. You can see right here, it's the necklace where people say you can't bend EO wire, you can't put confidence, you can't take it, and if you're going to break it, and sure you can, as long as you have experience with material. Eventually, I started using EO wire specifically for what it can do. EO wire is the only aluminum item that can flex. Well, you use fiber optic piping and lots of aluminum, but basically having some illumination inside that isn't going to break those ends. And just using EO wire specifically, like glass, using EO wire for only what EO wire can do. I started making pieces primarily out of EO wire. You can see this entire piece, other than blue, it's only EO wire. And again, little bug right here, and just playing with material. And over the course of the years, just people would call in and email, like, how do I do this? What should I use? Six Flags started to do their parade to compete with Disney. And I was just basically sending miles on miles of EO wire to people saying, illuminate for American. And again, starting up all their pieces. Muriel Cobb, she's the artist behind this, but starting up her pieces, telling her how many pieces Travis used. And just it was great how a number of artists depend on me to basically work and design the piece, work it out. And something had on the West Bay thing that we're both doing season opening for Saturday Night Live, and Tommy wants basically to illuminate. So basically, think, okay, I need to use this type of wire, I'll solder it up for you, I'll send it out to you, I'll overnight it, you guys have to apply it to your jacket yourself. Very simple and basic consultation, but it's just very inner part of the bigger piece. And again, with Kate Perry's piece, Cameron basically given an entire spectrum of which colors going to work, which order is going to work, given brightness, this entire thing sequence to use it for the Lemon show. And what the biggest thing is always people calling in. I got thousands upon thousands. And so over the years, everyone's like, going to the desert. I need yellow wire. I need LEDs. Like, I need to let my bike. I need to let my pony. I'm going to build this gigantic pattern. How do I do that? I'm just like, well, I was going to do that. I would install a lot. I would just do it this way. So I decided I have to go out there and see all of these and help build them. This is my second year out there, just making a big LED piece. Because the first year I was completely unaware. I had a system wire around me and everything. And I just started everything a little bit. And I really just thought it was potential for the weekend. Everybody out there was just trying to outdo each other and really to show their passion and show their love for everything out there. And so my second year out there, I built this. Just a big fuzzy generator. I call it a Yeti couch. And all the elements are red, green, and blue, and so just looking for a rainbow coding over and everything. And when I built this 7 years ago at Burning Man, I was one of the only people that illuminated the park. And you go out there and nowadays, and it's just every other person has it. But at the time, it was just really amazing to see. Stopped for 7 days straight. People were, oh my God, that person was sucking me up. And I was tackled and pet and loved. It was honestly a little too much. I love hugs, I love your hugs. And I absolutely love it. You know, it was also fun because seeing people how they react. So I wasn't aware of it very much, but I really got the rest of it. These are the and you see them all around us. And I really, this was four years ago, and I really wanted to use it. This is the 4 years ago, and basically I got the LEDs. I basically decided that so many things, and I didn't want to like, what do I build? Do I build? No one's going to know me, and I don't want to be restricted. What can I do? So I decided maybe I can carry it, maybe I can write it. And that's how the teaching works. And I basically threw it all together and actually finished it after like the second day that I was there. And just able to go around and basically at the time, it was really supportive that I was basically running video files or just an SD card that I could basically see what I had. It basically was an application of everything I've heard from the United States. Everyone was telling me something where people walk up and say, wow, that's cool. And you would touch me and everything, and post big cups. The other people that were really hot and really heavy. So I wanted to create something that could basically move and basically dancing. So, and one thing that always bugged me was I saw the Olympics 1 year, and they had all these just wired. Like, a lot of like, one of my best things I want is I want these to look fit. So I really want this. Basically, when I said that I want to create sculpture, a big kinetic sculpture. So I wanted to finish it. So you can see I use twine material, leather, I use steel drum, entire materials. So no wires at all. There's about a little less than a mile worth of wire in here. Because there's 324 LEDs. There's 6.5 inches between every single LED. There's 4 wires going between each. And then I also have all of the wires connecting. Like, you can go about every 70, 75. When I first built this, you can see right there, was a little pocket that basically held. Someone back for basically around 2.5 hours, and and I had no control over it. I had a couple of patterns, and basically, so I kept working with it. Woo! To basically, again, I wanted to build something that I could basically build. Someone could move, someone could be durable. Scaling right now, which is awesome. I can basically expand it. So out here, burning it. So basically, building this thing, I then basically walk around and burn in the festival. And basically, I realized that it's complete material basically walking out. Hard as you guys saw from the first picture and everything. So basically, as an illumination artist. When I first started and I showed that from that gallery show was 7 years ago. And for a person showing illumination art. And if you're I know artist, how can you still exhibition? So basically creating a mobile piece of art that can walk around it and really interact with people, and I basically have them start and what and was the same problem with basically photo art. That got me to work with my new almost like your own private art inside of the car. The entire car itself is extra one. And basically, I'm running live video. You guys can see my network running, but basically the entire car is running video, running music video. Basically, I'm running note drop, but right now it's a music pleasure. But if I want to, or called Aeon, visualize, so I could literally open up Microsoft Paint and use a little visual keyboard, color and yellow. And the same route I have this dash that I've been wearing for 4 years and added a new technology to it. And I've been using a program called LED Lab. And in the same realm of that, this program right here basically allows me to just run anything I want. Any type of video for it. I can take my own patterns. To respond to a live video camera, or I can use the microphone to do live visualization. So yeah, I'm one of the brightest things out there. One second, juggling too many things. Along with Rich's mask, I'm one of the brightest things out there. And just the fact that I can go in the middle of the sound mix, and I can wear my sculpture, and I can wear my art directly into the middle of it. You're like, wow, how does that go to the music? I can just pass somebody my interface and walk away. And they're like, why did this person pass me an iPad in the middle of the desert? And then they realize that they can control me. And I just basically, and I can basically, they just pass the iPad to people for like a good half hour, and I'm just off dancing, talking to people. And eventually I just hunt it back down and everything. And it's just amazing to watch people interface with it. And the same thing. So what I am, so the same way that I walk around and talk to people, I outside of an artist, I'm a lift driver. Basically, I soccer mom and accountants and people visiting San Francisco, and so they request me, and I come pick them up in this, and they get into my car. And just see how they have to rack the music. I have a video in the background of video games, and basically I just want people to have experience that they didn't expect. They basically are trying to get home from work, or they're trying to have a nice dinner, or they're just like leaving a rave and they're on drugs. And I saved the day in the best ride home ever. And I just love that. I've never found a better way to handle the business. And it's everybody just loves it. And it's just funny because when I started my company, it takes me Alex. But when I put it into Google, people in Europe, they would say, "Are you sure you don't mean Pixie Alex?" Because we had the camera from the 80s. Just through handing out my card to Flip, and Google no longer corrects you and says, "Oh, you mean Pixie Alex? You mean this stuff?" And that's just wonderful. This viral marketing, which is actually awesome people. And just last night, 2 days ago, and Dr. Brandon. Some people who are having seizures, epilepsy, and measuring basically all the different brain waves. And just by talking to them, I now have their data access to it. And just through each one of the frequencies, I can now basically
It's amazing that I now pick up 200 more people a week that I get to talk to about car work, and I get their input, and I also make all these connections. And so my best was step one, and now step two. Expect walking the market. People expect me picking up with this. And I just don't know what's going next, but I did like the idea of people stumbling across that, affecting their lives. Like they have it's just really fun talking to people, experiencing my art and all aspects. You guys walk in my car, I have a quick little garden. The green box is the top roof, the red box is the back roof. Gray line is on the inside, on the bottom curve. I don't have to work right now because there are people that have on and being working on them. I have moved from left to right. On my screen, you see it from left to right. The entire car itself is on there. I want to show you guys the layout of how the thing is mapped. You basically draw out your screen, these pixels right here, and it's the entire thing I can map out. Very cool program. I'm using a program called LED in 2012. It's neat to make build work. Really simple, but basically just finding the software and just like not just like hacking it, make the software do what it's not supposed to, or it's not what it's not designed to. That's what I find the best for, and then I start to start. And it's just I just play it and basically seeing what they do like that. That's really all I have to say. I really appreciate everyone listening. If everyone wants to basically come out after the show, I'll be playing music. I'm actually going to scan on top of my car, DJ, and control the car on there and everything. I would appreciate everyone to just come look inside because the car is much more immersive on the inside. And I really, really appreciate it. And thank you for showing up. Thank you.
But it was at the burn, and I sat behind him, and I saw his jacket go, and I was just like, "Whoa! Who are you?" And what? That's how you met him too, I think. Me, but unfortunately, I was on acid and I forgot all of it. But I'm really glad to see how that whole stack goes. Before I introduce the next person, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute intermission. And I'm kind of thirsty. The next presentation, which will be first. So, talk amongst yourselves, and we'll see you in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you. If you present it, please send me the links to your talk, presentation, whatever data that you have. We're going to post it on the archives so that the people.
I didn't go out this year. Really
I saw something. That's kind of cool. Let me see if I can get a videotape while you're playing. That's really cool. There we go. I got the video time. Here, play it. That's fucking cool.
Rich, do you know if
Yeah, I think he's. Can you hear this? I don't think it's about Hey, I can't play music. I can make this look up. The last two Yeah. It's the top.
Someone's done your fan.
there is a fan, it's probably
So that's it's like I learned how to do function. It's like this large of a thing, like but I also have the top level of understanding of personality. I like doing it to myself. I don't like that for love and I can't do this often. Just now, that's what we're now. So I'll grab my name USB. So I
Five minutes countdown to the next presentation. All right, everybody, how you doing? All right, we are done with the intermission, and we are about to have our next presenter. Can we turn the music camera on? Awesome, awesome. All right, everybody, how you doing? For coming out here, the LEDs are awesome. Wow, that was really neat. Hey, let's try that again. Let's give yourselves a big round of applause for coming out here tonight and seeing these incredible artists, scientists, and engineers. This next engineer is quite incredible. You can see his work because I'm wearing it. This is Rich DDT. He is going to present to you some really crazy shit. So, here he is, without further ado, Bruce TNT. How's it going? LEDs are awesome. This is a really awesome space that we're all in, Lumen Labs, and the sheer quantity of amazing LED art all around us. It's a real pleasure to be presenting in this space. And I was really excited to celebrate my 10th year on the Pride this year at Burning Man and work on a very special project that took a team effort to create. And I'm going to be talking about a new piece premiere gateway. That was the cherry on a slice of the heavens. If you guys aren't aware, the word firmament is actually Earth that the stars are painted on. It's an ancient term that talks about the vault of the cosmos. And we wanted to create a piece of the heavens that we could bring down to Earth. And we created a 5-pointed star that was held up in this tower about 10 or 15 feet above your head. A huge star that people could gather around. It became an amazing cosmic popo. So I'm just going to show a bit of a video so you can get a sense of what we created, and I'm going to hand it off to the amazing Peter Sheardsma, who's been an LED artist for many years now, the internals of the whole experience.
So we'll start with a short video, and hopefully this will be associated with it too. It's one of the magic from the funky thump out there at Burning Man. And we're not hearing it now, but there is beautiful classical music playing. So this is 21,600 star. 12 pixel controllers, and the LED lab driving it wirelessly. So, into a little bit more detail, give you a little bit of background on how we got into this. So, Rich and Christopher and I and a bunch of other people paths to make this happen. So this was 2000. That was the applause from the video. So back in 2000, this was before my time at Burning Man, Christopher created this thing called Spin. This is actually a persistence of vision piece being spun by a 5-horsepower gas motor. So this thing was in 2003, he built this thing called Yantra, a meditation retreat space. EL wire again. This is before LEDs were really a thing. This was my first year at Burning Man, and I saw this thing, and I sat under this for hours with my guitar and played music for people as we were meditating on all of these different symbols of all the different major religions. So that was a real big inspiration for me. I had the opportunity to engineer this thing in 2005. In 2006, we put this out. This is 200 feet long and 40-foot tall towers, 14 40-foot tall towers, and 17 20-foot tall towers. We could not afford LEDs to light this thing, so we had to do with halogens. But it was really fun. Then I crossed paths with Christopher working on this thing. He advised us on the rigging for it. And then we worked together and played with fire art. So he's been doing kinetic fire art for quite a long time. And this is part of the Garden of Rockets. This is 3 steerable propane ramjets. I worked with them on the control systems and servo motors for that. And it was wild. The next year, I think it was 2012, built char wash. And this was the same technique of the spinning propane ramjets, servo-controlled ramjets, only surrounding a little corral. You see that corral in there? There are actually people in the middle of this spinning fire. And it was perfectly safe. Safety third, I think it is. So then, a couple years later, I started getting into LEDs and building, working with Pixel Pusher primarily. Saw the friends of ours, Jazz Strong, put up their Kickstarter program, and I have unit 1 of 50 handmade prototypes, and started just building crazy stuff. Can we play the video on this one? And the most recent one, some of you have seen, is a tetrahedral mirror box. Yes. And so this is really hard to depict in video, but you get a sense of it, that it's really creative. Regression. What I was doing was inspired again to start getting into LED things. And then he ran across Rich, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Rich to talk a little bit about it.
I've been noticing this together can kick off. This was Burning Man 2012 when I was working with Anti-Clockwise Arts, and we built an interactive projected floor on the playa that responded to your footsteps. So as you're moving across the floor, there were fire particles that spun around your feet and water waves that emanated from your footsteps and white energy orbs that move between you and your friends. So we used the playa canvas, the playa itself as a canvas to create light art. And I was introduced by Betty June to Christopher Sharp, and he was really inspired by this huge horizontal canvas on the ground. And we talked about ways of taking such and bring it back to
yeah. And so and this was one of his more recent pieces. This is about 4 feet across. Now we didn't get some pictures in here of LED Lab. Christopher is the author of LED Lab, and a lot of LED artists have been playing with. Supports a lot of different formats. This piece is 4 feet across, triangular array. This piece, and then after he saw what Rich did, he was like, oh my God. Well, and that's so he did all of this stuff. What he wanted to do, he found every nut and bolt. And so all the rigging and suspension points, the sphere that you see out there, completely pre-designed. And just look at the shape of the aluminum in there. And that thing is 40 feet in the air. You don't really get to admire it from the ground. And this was the first time we rose. That actually is not the full structure. It's missing 2 of the segments. So this is the wiring diagram. This is just the AC and data distribution for this massive array of triangles. So a lot of assembly, hand assembly work. So Christopher had these jigs, CNC machine out of plywood, so that the pixels, these are these pixel elements with 3 LEDs each. They're 2801 pixels. And so they're inserted into the jig, aimed downward, and then we lay this bird netting on top and zip tie the hell out of it. So there's like 55,000 zip ties on this thing. It's just insane. 2 zip ties per pixel plus who knows how many the bottom, you'll see there's red. No point. So power distribution was a big thing here. So you can see the fat wire getting thinner and going across, because every string on here had its own power injection point. And then we pull them out of the jigs, and there they are. Management system. So we had 10 power injection points on each of these triangles, and then they're bundled together into a single. Did I talk about zip ties here? A lot of zip ties. And here are the bundles getting pre-assembled and rigged together with shackles. So there's the steel cable spaced through the edges of the bird netting and then shackled together. And this is one of the control boxes, 2 pixel pushers and a Ethernet switch, and then the power buses that you see in there. So
How many
each of
pixels?
these,
How many pixels?
21,600.
Given so many pixels and so many parts, I think it was a real testament to the incredible design spec that Christopher laid out for all of us to follow. This is a team of roughly 30 people dedicating countless man hours, all working on assembling to high precision the placement of all these LEDs on these nets. And in terms of failure rate, we only had like 1 triangle that didn't pass spec, so it's like 2% failure rate, which is better than most factories, all with a force of enthusiastic members of our. A great testament to the design.
And this thing sat out there running every night, all week long, and no problems, except 1 pixel failed. Or a couple of pixels failed and just were a little off color, and then 1 was failing to cascade down the string when it was at full brightness. So really quite robust. So there you see a lot of the power and data distribution out into the triangles. So like time lapse, it's kind of fun. So laying out, shackling these things together. And I think we had, must have been about 2 or 3 months of weekend. Had crews coming, quite a lot of hands. Zip tie factory in there. And then you see it just roll up into this burrito. So the origami trick. So here it is on the playa. And putting that baby up. Now we did not, we just have 18 people. We can have 2 people lift each leg and 1 person plug in the next segment. And then haul out the LEDs, lay them out, shackle everything together, and there's a whole raft. I don't know how many rigging points suspending this thing. So you see there's 2 pulleys on each of these outer pylons, and then so there's 6 legs on the thing suspending the hexagon, and then there's these outer pylons suspending the points of the triangle. This is a point where, once again, manufacturing, we had LED specification problem with these pixels from China. They came with bad resistor value on the voltage regulator, just a silly Zener diode regulator on the thing, wrong voltage. And so they were sucking like 80% of full power all the time, no matter how bright the pixels were. So we had to add 2 more generators to the power array to compensate for that. But the power injection system handled it. How this is funny. So there it is. And it got, Christopher found this very amusing. We all laughed about this. People called it the mustache. You can see why. It's a rather happy mustache. Christopher did the mapping on this, and he built custom code that's now part of LED Lab for that. So this is our team, and there he is going through the mapping. And you can't really see the tool in there, but he has a visual mapping tool where you can move the triangles around it and then rotate them. And so we
Hell yeah.
so go ahead and play that.
Nothing's a secret.
Yeah. So this thing would play video. There's a bunch of algorithmic effects that we created for this. And so Christopher played with a bunch of different kinds of mappings for different symmetry. This is just as if it was a single video display. And yes, we had bucket piles. We had and so yeah, the reception. Yeah, we had just you want to, yeah, a couple of quotes. I mean, Christopher said he had one older woman came to say the classical music that her grandmother had taught her on violin, and she could say goodbye. In the video here, people were dancing to the Nutcracker. Who, yeah. So,
Here, and one more quote here. So, actually, this was an email that was sent. Firmament became my and why I came, or when I was most sick of dust and sandstorms. I knew that once nighttime came around, I could go to this tent and feel total bliss. While I loved all of the art that I saw that week, Firmament was a refreshing break from neon, geometric lines, and metal. The title truly speaks to the essence of the work. I feel like I was looking at a tangible piece of divinity and absolute unity. It meant so much to me. And I go back to this thing and spend so many hours under it. It was a real honor to be part of an incredible team that brought it to life. And we got great reception as well. Rolling Stone magazine picked it up and featured it. And there was a couple of great blog posts as like favorites of the Playa. And it's just really an honor to be a part of all of this.
Amazing, amazing people pulled this off. So, and of course, once you get back, then there's the cleaning. We play the video on this. So, of course, you blow it off and dust it off and then inspect the darn thing. But the only way to inspect it and actually get the cleaning done is to get under there. So you could really tell what needed to be fixed. So here I am soldering some replacement pixels into the array in place on the bird name. And the other thing was these burritos. We called them. We needed to store them. So Christopher had this crazy idea, not just a sling, but a crate, so that we could pork them up into a stack, and there it is. It's in storage at this point.
We're playing with new audio reactive modes and getting video into the mix, and want it to be a fully engaging experience. And we're excited about these upcoming presentations. Autumn Lights is happening October 16th and 17th. Then Ghost Ship for Halloween the 30th and 31st. The Autumnal Gathering in November, and we'll get Extended Install Exploratorium after dark. And any other big events that you'd like to look Firmament at, please contact any of us. And creating that and distributing that are based on the skills that they're currently developing, I think was another key element in helping a large team create something so fast and awe-inspiring. And I hope that we can collaborate with more of you here. And I want to thank Zach for having me here and myself, Rich TBT. And thanks so much. So awesome. Absolutely amazing. So some of the presenters have asked me what the format is, and if you haven't figured it out right now, it's kind of an anarchy. Just come up to me for next, and we'll put you in there. The next person is which one you wanted to jump in? There was you, Professor, but somebody else said that they wanted to present, had to present. What do you? His name is Scott Morgan. He's the composer for an LED artist. I'm very excited to have him speak next. So, are you ready? So, all LEDs are created equal.
What do you mean not LEDs are awesome? Not all LEDs are awesome. That's bullshit.
Right?
All LEDs are awesome. They're all awesome.
They're all awesome, except for yellow. Yellow sucks, all right? 590 nanometer, terrible efficiency. It's the worst LED in the playbook. And here's a cool, interesting story right here. When we first created Zacky's Transit Plus, we used a yellow LED. And the video newscast that they're doing it, just figure out why is it not. And it turns out that the yellow LED sucks. It's the only LED that's totally not that awesome. And the reason why is because it's actually a green LED that they sort of like bend like a guitar string to like get it from a yellow LED to an amber LED, from the 590 nanometers to 609 nanometer wavelength. We increased efficiency by 8 times for the same power. So, the aluminum gallium indium phosphate is a totally awesome LED, and its peak wavelength efficiency is 609 nanometers. You can find that LED on Zacky's Transit Plus. Professor Tritone, aka Scott Morgan. Put your hands together for Scott Morgan.
Thanks everyone for coming out. It's quite an honor to be here amongst these incredible LED artists, designers, and engineers. So yeah, as Zach stated, I have a background in classical training. I started working with electronics and software, and now I turn my attention back to visual. So and these were solo efforts, musically oriented. So I dabbled with interactive musical puzzles on the playa with some light elements. In 2009, I made a solar-powered musical puzzle. Picture at the bottom, Luxton Alice. And that was pretty much fun. Did some more work. This was a center camp piece running John Conway's Game of Life. Then I decided to move on to some bigger professors and had the opportunity to work with Charlie Gattigan, who found the Flaming Rose Girls, on a piece called Aurora in 2011. Aurora was a 40-foot tall steel sculpture depicting the weeping willow tree.
Yes. Yeah.
4,400. So they embedded the yellow leaf strips in the branches of the yellow leaf, or the branches of the willow tree. This was 3,000 powered by 3,000 watts. Laptop running 5,000 script. We used 2 DNF universes for a total of 560 channels. I worked with Dr. Jonathan Foote to come up with all the electronics, software, and software animations for Aurora. In my mind, Aurora was a bit of a milestone for LED art at Burning Man in 2011. I went on to collaborate with Homer Barles, helping Peter with the lighting design. Sorry, the mic. Okay. And then subsequently, I moved beyond Burning Man art. I worked with Kilbuck, who was responsible for this year's banner line around the man base. We were commissioned by the Nevada Art Museum to come up with a time machine for the Nevada Suspect Panel last year. And this is, I guess, Aurora, the imagery driving the LED animations was all computer generated. That was something that I was becoming very dissatisfied with. Kind of seeking out more. So you had the opportunity to create a piece for Burning Girl in Yarrington, Nevada. This is the light. Burning Girl. Yes. You heard of Burning Girl?
I've never heard of Burning Girl.
Burning Girl is kind of a semi-invite only event in Yarrington, Nevada on some private property. It's about 500 burners get together in Yarrington on the East Walker River. So I had the opportunity to create a new piece called The Light of Water. This is an underwater light sculpture, kind of derives some of the technology from Aurora. And we created 10 of these squiggly forms that kind of echo the serpentine nature of the East Walker River in Yarrington. And again, trying to get more organic, more interesting color palettes. But these photographs from the San Francisco Mission and Timberline districts of urban, intense urban imagery being injected underwater into a rural environment. I really love that juxtaposition, and the results are very pleasing, very satisfying. A piece is about 100 feet long by about 8 feet wide. We staked down one end of the squiggly, let the river current determine how that squiggly would find its place in the river. And then we go on to the second piece, stake that down, and that's how we allowed the river to determine where squiggly is placed. So then taking this idea further, another interesting thing is I've been working with telecommunications, cloud-based telecommunications infrastructure as a user interface. So I created a piece of Circadian 2013 where you could send an SMS text with your favorite. It was a software clock that rotated around and around, and when your SMS text would arrive, it would line up that particular spoke on the wheel, but it would not monopolize that spoke with your caller. Instead, it would add to or subtract. So the result would be the collaborative color palette, the preferred color palette for all the participants. The next year, I took that a step further. This was the Twilio Developers Conference in San Francisco. Created a 26 by 14 foot array. And this picture and send it to the cloud. We would retrieve the MMS picture and draw the extract the color palettes from the picture and line up acrylic rods with the and the y-axis being time. So over 20, 30 seconds, the piece will rendering of whatever picture you took. This year I did another piece based on the light product. I reused the squigglies and presented a piece at the Guitar Fish Music Festival in Pacific Valley, California. Moving on to newer pieces, in late May and June, I got inspiration to create The End of the Sea. This piece was inspired by the music of BBC and the sets of B-Bass Simon Chapter. We spent a week developing these curves. Affecting the curves, basically. So you can imagine slow motion, undulating underwater wind flames. And let's see if it's trying to get a little taste of the piece. And going back to my compositional roots, in all of my work, I'm interested in the ethos and what does a piece evoke in the user's mind? And that's super important. Most recently, I made I call it a mutant light sculpture. This was the top wing of the mutant vehicle I made Bergen this year. It was a paper airplane. And I realized that the top wing would work as a standalone piece, and it's presented up front in the sidewalk. So now what I'm working on is a new piece called The Light Shines. And this is going to be installed at the Wingfield Park Amphitheater in downtown Reno, Nevada. So you can imagine wind chimes only with light. These are 9 feet tall clusters with motion detectors underneath that will sense your presence as you walk underneath. You provide the wind that then lights up the color animation and triggers musical elements. This piece will be up December through April 2016 at the Wingfield Park Amphitheater in downtown Reno. Got some funding from the city of Reno, so it's great to be able to move beyond Burning to the fall world. So that's it. Thank you.
Let's give a hand for Scott Morgan. Scott Morgan. Which one's next? So Jason is going to go. Before he does, I want to remind everybody that you know, what makes LEDs awesome is more than just LEDs. There is welding, there is carpentry, there is the full essence of making that is required to bring an on the planet. And so really, it's amazing to see all these artists and engineers come up and talk about the full extent that it took for them to manifest their project. And so with that, I want to introduce this next maker. His name is Jason. He's got a location-aware illuminated staff, which is like the best toy ever. And so he's going to explain that to you. Everybody put your hands together for Jason. Hey guys. So, we'll try this.
Anyone who wants to listen, hear me? Yes. This will be very quick, less than 5 minutes. I just have a really cool toy I want to show you. So, my day job, I make robots, but this year I wanted a way to navigate the files without somebody able to find it. So, what do you do? So, let's say I want to go to Saturday, I can shake it. Now this is pointing at a location, it's about 2 feet over there. So I'm going to lose the location outside, so I have a feet over here. Then it's, so as I supervise it, I find things that are saved. It's glowing yellow because this is the place that we saved just now together. And so aside from that, you can shake it, and it has different animations. So it has a dancing, having fun, beat drops, you can shake it into there. So I'll just go through just a little bit of the technical details about how it happens, but so that's the fun of it. Okay, so at the bottom, there's a battery, but right here, just 2 USB chargers at the top. This is where all the smarts are. So you have a microprocessor, you have 9-axis IMU. This is the same thing as in all of your phones. So you have an accelerometer, 3-axis gyro, 3-axis, and you have 3-axis, or also a magnetometer. The cool thing is that there's a chip on here which is doing an all-word filtering called common filtering. This was developed in the 1950s for navigation of ballistic missiles, but now it can get $200 in Bosch. That actually does all the heavy lifting. So it's about 1 to 3 meters accurate, and for its location warning, it's about 2 to 3 degrees. Plus. So it's got a few different modes. Flip it down to right, so this is for extracting. So this is for finding the different places to save. Right now, I can save up to 10 locations, but it's really needs to have an infinite number of them. This is just the first prototype. My friend and I built this about 3 weeks before burning it. And the bottom, we're actually saving. So we want to save locations. So as far as saving location goes, flashes start here, works. This is done. Now this is another color, and you just assign it to a color yourself. As far as the pointing goes, when you're trying to find something, so the intensity actually will change as a function of how accurate you actually point it. And we can kind of see it right now. It's really bright, pointing directly at it. This is the intersection, which is about 500 feet. Otherwise, about 7 days, we eliminate that. This is really fun to use on the fly this year when you find a particularly good fun art installation, you save it, you find out that you save it, you like to go back, you visit it, in a desk or something. It's like super awesome. But when trying to find your way back home, and you might have put something into your body that makes it really difficult to get back home. All of us can follow the flights. So follow purple home. And as far as it not only tells you the direction, it actually tells you how far away they are. So sort of rough kind of sense. You kind of see here that only partially of them are related. If we go to, let's say, a different guy. They're different. The blue is the closest one. The whole thing will be limited. If something is really far away, it's an intersection across the street, it becomes partially limited. It's scaled to about the full length of the playa, which is 1 to the 10. So one of these guys corresponds to about 2.5 miles away. So this is version 1. My friend and I built a few weeks, and originally we wanted to be able to have them talk, so there are 2 of them. So instead of just finding a static location, you can tweak this and you can find your friends. Let's say your friend is always blue. It's like, oh, what's he doing? Find him over there. Naturally, even if one doesn't have line of sight communication to the other, it'll start to stop eventually. You only need to give that context. That's where you transform with a microphone here so that actually can synchronize its animations to the beat or that presence of it. So these things are more we're interested in making a better staff, playing with our staff.
Thank you, Jason. You know, you just solved one of the major and location. Now, you don't have the clock yet, but you do have the location nailed down. Reminds me of a story when I was out in Playa and I thought, bitter, right? And I said, highly improbable. So, thank you, Jason, for trying to solve the location problem at Burning Man and other festivals. I hope you make more because that is freaking awesome. Okay. So the next person his name is Shlomo. He's got a person. Sean, I'm sorry. Sean is next. For Sean, okay, while he's doing that, I want to ask the audience here, how many of you are software engineers? Please raise your hands. Wow, a lot. All of you that are software engineers, how many of you have programmed on Arduino? Okay, how many of you haven't programmed on Arduino? A few of you, the minority of you. So the way that I got into LEDs is that I took a class, I believe maybe it was the gray area, one of those two. And I took a class about Arduino, and my background is in software. I do C++ and embedded programming. I took Google Earth and put it on the Audi navigation system, the best navigation system in the world, FYI. And I went and I did this class on Arduino, and I went, wow, this is the same software that I've been writing for almost a decade. And I felt like I was a transplanted God in a new area that I had never experienced before. So if you're a software engineer and you've got C or C++ background and you haven't tried Arduino out yet, I really suggest that you go out there and just get a Hello World and see what happens. Well, Hello World for software, but it's LED for the rest of us. So anyway, Sean, you ready? Okay, put your hands together for Sean. I'm actually going to put the microphone down. Is that okay with you? You guys have been standing here for a while. You guys want to just stretch. So I did not come up with the name of the title. I half came up with it. This is Renee Meetup Them. My name is Sean Silverman. It's called Chromatic Coordination, a fancy way of saying let's match your clothes to the art. I thought you would all be bored with pictures because you've seen blinking lights and pictures all evening. So I thought, why not a text presentation? Yes. Interactivity, what more is there? I created this software for a project called the Amphora by Love Potion. In it, you can control the Amphora with an iPad. Okay, let me give you a small demo. So, we can put this down here.
So on the screen you see one of the patterns. You can flash it, you can move stuff around. Okay, you have a toy. What's that? The Amphora is a project. What you're seeing is a depiction of the bus called the Amphora by Love Potion. It's a giant 2-story bottle that's shaped like an amphora. Like those green things you carry on your shoulder. You slam it to the ground, there's a point of it, and it looks wide or something. So these animations were on there. So there's mapping, there's stuff. So yes, you can interact with it. Okay, I'm not focusing on that. Just a little bit. So we can interact. Here's a software. Some software that emulates a pixel pusher, so you can use Christopher Sharp's LED lab to control the stuff. Yes, I have software that emulates a pixel pusher, so you can adapt pixel pushing stuff to your stuff. But again, not going to talk about with other people's software. Imagine you showing up next to the Amphora with some giant piece of LED art, and you use Christopher Sharp's software to do animations. I want technical people to interact with the Amphora. I want technical people to interact with the LED, with the giant piece of LED art. It's to know what's your protocol.
Yeah.
What's your protocol? How do I, as an engineer, as a scientist, as a software engineer, how can I make some software to interact with your stuff? I don't want to play with bugs and an iPad. Artists be more involved. How can technical
Yeah.
So imagine if the artist can create this giant piece of work, this giant amphora, firmament, anything that you see in this room, and broadcast some colors so that anyone can show up and interpret those colors, interact with the art in their own way. So, next slide, please. What would communication look like? So, next slide. So, for example, let's pretend you're standing next to the amphora. You see this giant full pattern. You're next to the firmament. There's nothing, and your scarf matches up with the art. Wouldn't it be cool if I could stand next to this and I'm showing these colors? Wouldn't that be neat? So, yeah, thanks. I like this one. Yeah, I'm in. Wow. So how do we do this? Well, one, we can send the whole screen. We just send the colors. What order, what format, how often, and what size of the system. So artistic consideration. Who gets the control? In fact, bullshit. This is my art thing. So, sir, can you say, hey, what is your thing? Well, so as an artist, I produce giant LED installations, and I want to broadcast my own art to other people, but at the same time, that's my artistic work. I want other people to use their art as a canvas for my art. Next slide, please. So, what do? I came up with protocol version 1. So I decided to send the color palette. Each pattern here, so for example, the color palette for this piece might be white and red. And I can decide how I want to do that. I ordered colors by importance in the protocol because the art, even though that slim piece of red in the art, maybe a very small part of it, but maybe the artist decided that's the most part. Maybe you have a bloody body or a skull on the screen, like all dead or all like Shakespeare. Yes, and maybe a little. Most important order. So most important is first, least important is last, and that doesn't tell you the relative size. So I have a document. I can give you a link later. Next slide, please. So why did I do it this way? Why am I setting the most important color first, not the largest space-wise? Well, a smaller embedded system, jacket, can choose the first color, and that will always be correct. I'll always see red or white. The artist gets to decide what's important, and so I'm going to show you a demo. I'm just going to plug it in. I have here a lipstick size. I'm going to do a magic trick. Everyone close your eyes. Okay, open them again. Whoa! Yeah, whoa. So I kind of cheated a little bit. There's no configuration. I wish I look at this piece of. This is completely self-contained. There's no wires around it. You see, I wish I had one of those magician's circles. This is by itself. Let me go to a changing order. Watch the light, please. So this isn't the iPad controlling this. This is the iPad controlling the art to give you a demo, and the art is controlled. This one's supposed to change over time. Notice how that's changing over time. The artist who did that, I did find this mathematics for this. I did the color palette, and I chose to vary that over time. So that's what that sees. So now I have a piece of hardware. Wi-Fi. You can configure it over Wi-Fi and have it join another Wi-Fi network. You say, okay, I want you to join this piece of art, and it will pick up broadcast. Right now, I think it's broadcasting at 20 frames a second. It's called. So I'm going to go through the first color. That's what you see. 5%. Choose one of the colors right here. Let's choose a different animation. So you see that turns into that looks black. This much color, which is changing into gray because the structure is gray. Notice what happens. That's all synchronized. So my goal here is to create art and interactivity for it such that technical people can also interact with the art. And go about the hardware I'm talking about if you have questions. So I gave you some demos. I'm going to show you something a little more complex at East Bay Video Maker Fair. If you want to check this out. Tentatively. So I'm Sean Silverman. I'm in software for the forum. Showed you a demo of how to interact with art on a technical level. That's Renee Green. She's helped me out. My buddy John, also of the collective. Very simple one-page Gandhi.net website. Are there any questions? Please feel free to ask. And I really appreciate LU's offer for working with me. Thanks everyone for listening. And if you have any questions, please ask now or later.
So like, wow, how did that happen? How were they able to create that? And the trick is that all of us as engineers, we stand on the shoulder of giants. And what we're doing is we're trying to push the ceiling just a little bit higher so that we can all be more creative. And so with that, who's next? Okay. And with that, by the way, I want to let you know that there's a few people that have come in that want to do quick little demos. And so we're going to give them a chance. But right now, I'd like to introduce to you Brian Kravitz. Right. Put your hands together for Brian Kravitz. We might need another 30 seconds. By the way, Brian Kravitz should not be confused with Lenny Kravitz. Maybe Kravitz.
Right? You're the guy. What's your demo plan?
Well, I've got a slideshow on there.
Okay, it's all set up and ready to go?
I think so.
Okay, great. Awesome. Is it?
It's got a JavaScript, so that's the option. Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Brian Kravitz. Everybody put your hand up for Brian Kravitz, who's going to be our next presenter. Thank you, everybody. First thing I wanted to say was thank you, Zach, Rob, and Brian for hosting this space. It was amazing to be here. I also wanted to thank every single person who presented, every single artist who presented, because you are all awesome and amazing. Either you do your art through sculpture or engineering or both, without any. So I wanted to talk about was a question I wanted to ask myself, and I ask everyone, is why I do this and what I want to do. So the presentation I'm going to do is called Form Meets Function, which means taking the aesthetic of the sculpture and having a beautiful back end. So basically sculpture and technology combined to up the game in the art world. And I'm doing something really important, I think, which is teaching science through art. In these days are fast-moving multimedia, and I feel like we have the tools now to use art as a medium to teach very important things and to inspire other people to do the same. I'm going to how it world. It's really interesting. It started about 5 years ago in this event called Burning Man. I don't know, I'm sure most of you have actually been there. Actually worked with a lot of you on sculpture. I actually had the privilege of being one of the lead people in 2010 working on the Temple of Flux. So my first Burning Man, I got thrown into a sculpture, went to Burning Man on the flyer for 3 weeks, and was able to help design a piece which not only is a sculpture, but represents healing, represents happiness, represents that, like I was saying before, taking function and form and combining it. The function of this is healing, and the form is the sculpture. So after Burning Man, a buddy of mine who
helps throw underground rave events. He asked me, he's like, Brian, I've worked with you for a long time. You've been telling me that you're going to be making LED sculptures. When are you going to make something? So he's like, I got 6 days before we're doing this party. Do you want to make something? So I'm like, sure, why not? So I designed what I have here. It's interactive sound. But it was like my first dive into the LED world. There wasn't many LEDs on it. The technology behind it wasn't very complicated. But what I did was I took the function and the form together. I took a sculpture and combined it with the music, experiencing it into some kind of immersive environment. So after that, the same underground rave culture that invited me to the Blooming VU, I said, listen, let me make something else. So I have my electric DNA. The electric DNA is a bent double helix LED video wall. So again, what I did was I took the idea of LED video wall, bent it to a sculpture, made abstract images on it by making the pitch of the LEDs, distance between them far apart enough so you couldn't quite see what it was, but it just made a color mirage of a pattern, but it also included it inside of the sculpture. Then I finally got invited to do a large-scale Burning Man piece with the same group of people we did the temple with in 2010, the Flux Foundation. Zorro was a transformational art piece. It started out with what you have here, which was a series of wood seed pods. And I was honored enough to be able to do the lighting sculpture and design of this piece. And ironically enough, it was the 1 year I didn't go to Burning Man because I worked so hard on all this magic. I felt like the most important thing I could do was do it for lighting sculpture. I don't do it just for me. I mean, I do it for me because I am part of everyone. But I feel it's really important, like in the community we have, like a collaboration. And what happens is, A, you get to work with a lot of amazing people, the amazing people that are in this room. And B, what you might also be able to do is inspire other people to actually do the same by actually interacting with it. This one had a very simple interaction. It worked with sound. So when art cars came by, it was a little condenser microphone to give that effect of, like, you know, sea creatures of what they sort of were. So at the end of the middle of Burning Man, those wood sculptures burnt down, and underneath was what you see right here. This I actually had the honor of seeing because it travels around. I had an opportunity to actually make a lighting picture. That's me standing there with a Titan-inspired lighting fixture. So basically a scaled sea creature that forms an exoskeleton around the sculpture Zoa. And the nice thing about that was the lighting fixtures themselves actually formed wherever they were. So light they fit where they fit. So sometimes what I like to do when I work on art is I like the sculpture actually talk to me, and the sculpture tells me what needs to happen. So it's one of the things I was talking about before. It's the form, which is the fixture, and the technology behind it. 2801 LEDs. We just opened it up. Very simple programming, very simple concept. The interactivity was easy enough. The sound made the whole thing work. Then I got a chance to do something really amazing. To help design a piece for 2013 Burning Man, we approached them for art grant. It's called the Men's Amplio. And the Men's Amplio is a large head with an acrylic neuron system, a neuron and axon system inside that I had the honor also of being able to design and help build. And
240 LEDs in it, which it's kind of amazing because, you know, we took the science of the materials and we used the MindWave NeuroSky MindWave EEG headset back then to do it. The funny thing was, about 3 or 4 weeks before we went out to the playa, the Huffington Post did an article on us. Okay, now we actually have to build it. So, you know, it got a lot of good results. Unfortunately, you know, with running that sculpture, I spent all my time on piece in the camp. But one of the most amazing things happened to me, which emphasizes why I do LED sculpture. The one time I was not at the piece, a woman, a paraplegic, neck down, paralyzed woman, came up to the sculpture piece, and she said, "Thank you. This is the one piece of Burning Man I can interact with." And I realized, I'm like, you know what? We are using this technology. We're doing it for everyone. You know, we're doing it to inspire. We're doing it to teach. I really want to do it just because I want to help other artists as well. Actually have an art space in East Oakland called Moxie, where we do large-scale industrial art. Just we want to actually, you know, bring people in, help them get to where they need to be, and through, you know, building beautiful stuff and maybe being able to take an item like this and make it more functional too, in everyday use, being able to make artists anymore, because they deserve the beauty that they make out in the world. And, you know, we live in the 21st century. We have the technology to actually make it, you know, just as cool what it does as it looks. So, are talking to a lot of people, trying to help a lot of people. But being able to come out here and actually talk about what we're doing and being filled in a room with people who are so like-minded to do this is amazing. I want to give everyone a round of applause just for me. So right here, I have what I call the Fountain of One Life. Now, it's a two-stage project. Its first iteration was when my Space Moxie and the Cogtech group at UC Berkeley did a collaborative at the Exploratorium. So I've worked with Mike from Dr. Rainbow. I've worked with a lot of people in this room, which is amazing, and I feel honored to be able to stand here and talk after everyone has, because I've seen how many amazing things they do, and not just by this presentation, but actually working with them. So I can re-emphasize the fact how awesome everyone is. The Fountain of One Life name and figured out what I was going to call it. Basically what it is we use the Muse EEG headset, diffused acrylic, same like I have over there on the table. There's a small little table over there. Same kind of aesthetic, the LEDs hidden inside, so lighting off of the diffused acrylic. And I had an ancient Chinese puzzle, and what that puzzle does is a picture on a piece of paper, and you have a bunch of different shapes on the bottom. And you take those shapes, and you actually build what you see in the picture. Very simple idea. We designed this for children, you know, because explore. This is build a puzzle. It stimulates concentration, and what happened was the table would slowly light up. Now, the amazing thing that I think, at least that touched me the most, is what came next. Because I was actually asked by Peter, also, who's here, talking about Furman. I was asked by him and a group of other people to bring this to an event for it to be that high altar. So if you look at the picture over there on the right,
you see what is now the fountain of sunlight, the path of flow. Fountain of sunlight is actually the Chinese fountain of youth. You see it as an altar, but surrendering Tao at the bottom, people were actually involved. And I reached back and remembered, my experience at the Temple of Flux in 2010. I'm like, wow, this is a good experience for someone to reflect on and remember, to be happy in front, to cry in front, And it moved me. I'm like, wow, I couldn't believe I was a part of this. So, what are we doing now? I actually have the honor of having, someone who I am ridiculously in love with. Amazing in her to work on a sculpture together, which will actually encompass an entire healing, which is a healing through light and sound center that we're going to pitch for around. So not only will we take the sculpture out to view, talk a little bit more about what sparked us to do this in the first place with Chinese Beyond Borders Camp.
Hi everyone, I'm the lantern girl in those pictures. That was last year Burning Man, and this is Chinese pagoda and lights up like a lantern. And we also have our second designer, Sephora Ross, who's designed a modern one. So it's like a traditional one and a modern one. Well, Brian sort of jumped ahead to what we're going to be doing in the future. But Brian and I, basically my first day repatriating back to the US. I met him first day in San Francisco, and we've been together 24/7 for 10 months. So this was our love child. We were together on a project for this year. Here you see our vision. It's the first Chinese theme camp at Burning Man, and it's called Chinese Beyond Borders. And basically we're an artist collective that works with artists from everywhere, Greater China or Sinophils around the world, who's interested to bring Chinese culture to Burning Man. So here you see there's architecture, these lanterns that are Europe-shaped. Lantern outfits, dresses. We got photographed on Cosmos magazine there, and there's me crazy walking down New York City with the lantern dress on Halloween. So this year, next slide please. We have architecture as well. This is the Celestial Pagoda, which was proposed for Burning Man as well as Robot Heart's first festival for the future. And we didn't get a chance to build it yet, but we are going to be seeking for funding to have this built. Next slide. So it's an immersive architecture, sculpture. This is Brian's work, and also our costumes together. The next one, please. Our costumes this year started with a San Francisco designer working out of Brooklyn, out of Moxley, which is Brian's space. He designed with Brian's concept for the collection as the pagoda. He designed this mandarin dress, and it was made in Taiwan. So now our project is becoming a cross-Pacific collaboration between Taipei and San Francisco. And our second designer is, here we have Sephora. Sephora is also working out of Oakland, and she was our second designer, and she had designed a dress for Lori Shu, who was a patron for that dress. She's not able to be here tonight, so Sephora is modeling her own creations. So I'm going to let her see a little bit about her experience working with us. And we were able to have 4 fashion shows on the playa this year. A sound photographer, as one of the 100 best images of Burning Man this year, and we were number 84. So here's Sephora.
Working with Brian and Tina has been pretty amazing. They're very, you brought me on board this project. I had a week to produce this garment. And I'm like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And I made it happen. And it was amazing. And it sparked something much bigger than that because I haven't made anything that's wearable with technology until now. And it reminded me that day until it died. And it brought me back to that place. And I'm like, I'm I'm going to have with this exciting new venue. So I'm very, very happy to be here. I don't have much more to say than that.
So this is just some pictures to show you at Burning Man this year. Some fabulous. So we have 4 fashion shows, and that was our artwork for our shows. And on the right top corner, that's Scotland's number 84 image, our best Burning Man 2015 100 pictures. And there's our shows at Switch Village, at Center Camp, and at Costume Cult. So those are our 4 fashion shows. And so we hope that next year you guys will join us to create more amazing creations. Sean actually helped us a lot with some lighting as well. So we hope that you guys please join us tonight. Please look out for us and please join us for next year. And I'm going to hand the microphone back to Brian, who's going to tell you about our exciting projects next year, which will be quite big.
Yeah, okay. So some of the pieces that you've already seen so far, including the Fountain of Online, the Pagoda Dress, and a myriad of other lighting sculptures, including 4 other altars that will sort of complement the Fountain of Online path of flow, but be all different aesthetic. And actually grab culture, religion, society, sort of showing the path of earth to heaven and back again, to basically show that we're all the same at this time, sort of a art piece that combines everything. Sound and light healing center. We want to do a 100-person geodesic dome, completely LED interactive, probably that will react when that can house, like I said, 100 people. That will be a sound and light healing center. So it's why I don't want to, talk too much about it because we're still in the works. We're talking to a few people there tonight about actually adding aesthetic to it. And we go down for a little bit. Because we are looking for people in every single aspect of what we do, the artists, the sculptors, the engineers, the marketers, the website people. So, what we really want to do, like I said, is, make this healing center so we can take that and take the new medium of life's interactive, immersive, large-scale art and actually do something beautiful with it. Once again, thank you, Lumen Labs, thank you, Zach, thank you, Brian, thank you, Rob. You're all amazing, and hope to see more of what you have, and hope to collaborate with some of you on future pieces. Thank you.
All right. I think we're coming up to the last few presenters. Or who's the next person that's ready to go? All right. So next up is. You know what I like about the work toy? All right, put your hands together for our next presenter. He's going to show us the school tour.
Okay. So my slideshow apparently left, but I'll just show off the art piece itself. Stabs, and there are a lot of LED implements out there that are inspired by fire screening props. And I decided that I wanted to make one that was motion sensitive. There aren't very many that do that right now. So this right here is an LED staff that has a gyroscope in the end of it. It also has a teensy driver, and it's a 3-axis gyroscope, so it's sensitive to movement. Yeah. That's it. Okay, so the way you change the modes is by twisting. To movement along the X and Y. And the materials here, like I said, there's a cutesy in it, there's a 3-axis gyroscope, and it also, so it's made actually out of translucent PVC. If I made it again, I'd probably do polycarbonate. I've heard that's the good stuff. It also has just some very simple things, shower tape as a grip, and bubble wrap to pat the LED. Cool, all right, super cool, right? Well, I love gyroscope. It takes forever to master because there's so much stuff you can do to like tease out the signal of a gyroscope. Fast Fourier transform is the advanced stuff that everybody's using. I think we have another presentation by Funkatron. Punktronica. Love it. You know, there's a couple names that I like out there. Punktronica is one of them. I'm trying to personally popularize the term. I'm trying to get the word circuit punk out there. I think circuit punk deserves to exist. It's like steampunk, but it's, we got music coming on in 7 minutes, so if you're still presenting, I'm going to ask that you go rapid fire so we can finish this up. Few announcements. Fast LED 3.2 has been released. It includes support for SPI sharing and multiple output through DMA through the Teensy platforms. Fashion 360 is throwing a show on in the end of October, but it's October 30th. It's sponsored by IBM. On the LEDs are awesome Facebook group. Click it, and I think they're accepting applications right now for the Innovation Awards. I want to give a shout out to a couple fashion designers out here. Michaela Holmes, and she's in his house, and Bruce Lindsay. They've been wearing around their fantastic LED and acrylic clothing. Also, I believe the season closer for the festival season is upon us. Check out Desert Hearts, which I believe is happening in San Diego. And if you're singing right now, okay. Stop. Do you just want to say now? Now, that was playing in like 5 minutes. Get it now.
I can't play. They should. Yeah, please do if you can.
Yeah. I don't need that. Oh, I have nice. I would like play and
Which? Okay, hey. Yeah, I was sitting next to my friend and he has like a very chiseled jaw. He's maybe like 6'5".
This piano's called Luminescent Grand.
Yeah, and then I was sitting next to him and I was like, hey, I want to be a model too. And he gave us a card.
90% done means 50% will work. So the last 10% is
I contacted him. So sorry. I didn't.
This Luminescent Grand is powered by a Arduino Duet.
Oh, no. Okay, well.
It's got more.
I don't know why you're rapping over the top of my
No, my name is Alvin, and you're the same. I'm not going to rap you. That's not okay.
Yeah, lifestyle. The shorter. Well, how about like I was just like.
All right, everybody, for this closing presentation, we're going to get Electronica, who's going to introduce and use LEDs with his music. So, okay. Dallas, Texas. Oh, yeah, I'm a cowboy because I'm from Texas. Okay, so this started out, the control tower is what I call it. It's a whole different invention in itself. And, you know, you can go over that and everything. But when I was designing this thing, I just, like, envisioned some kind of, like, blue light around it. I came from the fine LEDs. So these are the LEDs. So my idea of putting the LEDs on there was people on the ground just going like, you know, which actually did happen multiple times. Whenever I play, like on the stage, there'd be people like right in the front, and they're just like, and like they're fizzing at the mouth and all that. So yeah, let's see. I'm able to control the speed and the patterns that are input into it. So that's the speed. And the patterns that you can design on here. There's like 144 patterns, so. Idea. Woo.
You are now listening to Electronica. Electronica.
All right, everybody, thank you for coming. The lines are awesome. Please stay for the after party. Woo!
So I know there's probably a lot of people out there combining LEDs with their stage presence, but I've seen a lot of stages being built with LEDs, but not actually people with LEDs. To do the same. So thank you very much.
I did not expect that. So many people came to me after the paper agenda doc was written, and they're like, "Hey, I want to talk." And we're radically inclusive, so we allow them to talk, and we're so glad to have you from Dallas. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and your amazing music. And wow. Anyways, I think that just about sums it up unless somebody else has something to say, which they don't. Anyways, I want to thank all of you for coming to the Lumen Labs. Give a shout out to Brian Pinkham, Rob Pope, and all the rest of the Lumen Labs crew for hosting this amazing event, allowing us to get all together. Let's put your hands together for Brian Pinkham and Rob Pope. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to LAD's meetup. If you want to talk to that, please reach out to me or Molly or any one of the other members. These are awesome, one of the organizers, and let us know. And let's get a roster together. So thank you so much, you guys. Are freaking amazing. Bye.